right, bowling fans, thanks for joining us on the PBA YouTube channel. We are just underway with the 10 minutes of practice. These players are receiving on the application of the 42-foot Mark Roth pattern. About a 4-to-1 ratio, so it's one of the softer patterns these players will hit during their regional season here in the Central and Midwest regions. And once the 10 minutes of practice is complete, we will get you player introductions. We'll work our way across the house during the first couple of games here in the main feed. For those of you that don't know me, I'm $2 Phil Brilo, taking you through the weekend here until we crown our champion. At the conclusion of our 4-player step ladder tomorrow at 1 p.m., we'll give you the full tournament format here shortly. As practice continues, about 7 minutes of practice left. Let you enjoy the view from lane 38 here at Strike and Spare 2 in Lockport, Illinois for the PBA Celeste Walker Midwest Central Open presented by the Strike Shop. About 3 minutes of practice remaining here for our players on B squad of the PBA Celeste Walker Midwest Central Open, presented by the Strike Shop. Thanks to Al Hardesty at the Strike Shop for his presenting sponsorship this weekend. We'll get player introductions across the house. 36 lanes in play, every lane in play available for you to view here on the PBA YouTube channel. Do what a lot of people did during A Squad. Double tab us. Open up a new tab and open up your favorite player and whatever pair they may be on or moving around to on the PBA YouTube channel. Keep that on with the ambient audio from the pairs, because here in the main feed, we'll give you scoring updates. We'll follow hot hands. If somebody's going for 300, we'll cut over to that so you don't miss any of the action. Double tab and take advantage of the free live streaming this weekend on PBA YouTube. And from Strike and Spare 2 in Lockport, Illinois, this is the PBA Celeste Walker Central Midwest Open, presented by the Strike Shop. Good afternoon, everybody. I am $2 Phil here with you from Strike and Spare. Big scores on A Squad on this Mark Roth pattern, and the biggest score set was by AJ Johnson, our defending champion here in Lockport, as he put up a big total, had a big closing finish. We'll talk about that a little bit more once we're underway. Our champion from 2024 and the man who lost in the championship match to AJ Johnson last year, Trey Heinrichsmeyer, is on this B squad. We also have Cam Crow and a Hall of Famer with Steve Giles among our players. We will go walking through our pairs momentarily. Let's get you to the lanes as we will be underway in about 30 seconds. If you have any questions, drop them in the chat. I will check them as often as I can. For those of you that have seen one of the 10 on the deck productions, either on our own production page or here on the PBA YouTube channel, I am it. I am your producer, director, floor director, audio engineer, graphics guy, commentator, camera operator, and a few other things that you don't see behind the scenes. So I try to keep an eye on the chat as often as I can. Please be patient if you have a question. I don't get to it right away. We will let you know. DJ Kipling, oil pattern, 42-foot Mark Roth, a little soft for players of this caliber. Scoring pace is going to be pretty high all weekend long. And it's probably going to take, bet you a 225 average to make it to the elimination rounds tomorrow. Question by God is Good X. New to the bowling world, are these pros or aspiring pros? Yes. There's some pros in the field. There's, like I said, there's a Hall of Famer with Steve Giles. There is a bowler you saw in the Born to Bowl documentary, Cam Crow, in the field this week. There's also a lot of younger players that may still be in college or in high school even, like we have with Luke Sutalski. Well, actually, he was a freshman in college this year, where young players are using this as a training ground to possibly make their way to the Pro Tour. And we have a lot of bowlers that they have a career Monday through Friday, and their chance to compete on occasion against some of the best in the country is through the PBA regional program. So you're going to see a mix of, a couple tour pros, some aspiring pros. There's a PWBA professional who just cashed the USBC Queens with Melanie McDaniel. So, hey, Brian, good to see you in the chat. If you make your way up here tomorrow, make sure you stop by the booth and say hi with Dog Tags Bowling. We have the scoring link for live scoring after each game's update for you on the chat. We have it pinned to the chat. So let's get to player introductions, and then we'll go over our top 10 from A squad. Unfortunately, we need to use the letter system, so you'll have to pair up your bowler with their letter as they move across the house today. But we do want to thank Lane Talk for providing our excellent scoring graphics, very legible scoring graphics, all weekend long. And if you haven't already tried the Lane Talk Pro, what are you waiting for? Everybody gets a 30-day free trial of Lane Talk Pro after you download it on either the Google Play Store or the Apple Store. And you can see all the various features that are offered through Lane Talk. Take advantage of that offer today. Check everything out, lanetalk.com. On 3 and 4, Darren Bloomquist is your A. Our host, Chris Watson, General Manager at Striking Spirit 2, is your B. Joe Lichtner, Pro Shop Operator Extraordinaire. All right, he's good. I wouldn't say extraordinaire, but he's a good Pro Shop Operator. Is Bowler C, Matt Labonte. Bowler D on 3 and 4. 5 and 6, Jeff Mann is your A. CJ Cummings is your B. Brett Lloyd, your C. Dylan Schaefer is your D on 5 and 6. Once again, all the lanes except 1 and 2 are in play. 1 and 2 is here just in case, but I'll tell you what, Guy and his crew here at Strike and Spare 2, a couple of pin reset calls for late falling pinfall hit by the machines, or an occasional deadwood clear, 1 ball call I heard all morning. Yeah, they've done a great job here, and I know Guy will pay me the $20 he owes me for talking about him because he's watching in the back. Hey, Guy. So, Brian Bloomquist, hello. Thanks for tuning in. Got Darren on the pair right now for you. Looking for an early double. And there we go. As we said, this Mark Roth pattern is going to be high scoring. Let's give you your top 10 from A squad. A.J. Johnson averaged 250 as the defending champion, with a total of plus 350. Last 3 games, 276, 238, 257 to get to that total. Josh Hammond's bowling as a guest in second at plus 340. Kevin McCune, you talk about a guy that had just a consistent day that was also consistently frustrating for him. Started off hot, 245, 246, 278, and then 3 straight 220 games. Had him a little frustrated, got some focus game 7. Put up a 242. He's in third. Yeah, plus 286. Simon Mote, fourth, plus 282. Ryan Burton, fifth, plus 268. Courtney Burks, who had our only 300 game in game 2 of A squad. Burks is at plus 246. Matt Russo. Matt Russo had the front 8 the last game and then stuffed an 8-10 on a little bit of an errant shot. You could tell by his reaction when he let it go. He was not happy with it. But still a big finish for Russo. Moved him into 7th at plus 241. Bit of a gap back to Michael Kristofic at plus 218. Zach Greer, a nice finish to get to plus 209 in 9th. And Joseph Woods-Wiseman, who was leading early in the event, he fell back to 10th place, but he's at plus 207. Anybody that's over 200 right now to the plus, I don't see any problem with them coming back and having action in that round of 32 tomorrow. Some of the bowlers that might be sweating, though, Michael Mossberger, plus 191. Nick Donius, plus 183. Noah Samuels, plus 178. Bob Baker, plus 178. Colin Howe, plus 171. And the man on the number, plus 170, the fake number. They're taking 32 tomorrow, so 16th place is Biondo at plus 170. Of course, if all things were fair, just, and righteous in the world, there'd be 16 off A, 16 off of B. Everybody would, have that bowling equity, but we all know everybody plays lanes different. All kinds of factors come into play. And it's never the exact same number between A and B, but it is the top 32 scores that do advance to tomorrow. AJ did not have 300. AJ was rolling towards 300, but an errant shot late in the game. In game 5 left him at 276. And Mr. Mars, aren't you supposed to be out in the sun having a cozy cocktail on the Lido deck of whatever boat you may be on? Good to see you, Jerry. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, we had quite a few players that had runs front 7, front 8, and then either a single pin would stop them or some other worse fate would befall them. Like I said, the worst one was Russo's, slightly high in the pocket, and it was a slam 8-10. And the 8 actually was moved by the bowling ball, stood back up by another pin about 2 inches off spot, and then it was knocked over by the pin setter. So, take a look at our players here on lanes 7 through 10 on 7 and 8. Brent Dahl is your bowler A. The man who had 900 in this center a few years back, Sam Esposito, your bowler B. Logan Krupinski, your bowler C. Kyle Muller, your bowler D on 7 and 8. Super Duper Senior Gene Backlund, your bowler A on 9 and 10. Joshua Truman, your B. Christopher Meyer, your C. And Ryan Schottemer. Myers, your C. Schottemer, your D on 9 and 10. We probably won't get to introducing all the bowlers in game 1, but we promise we'll show you a little bit of every of them in the main feed. And of course, if you know what, hopefully your bowling friend that's in the event texted you or maybe posted on their social media what pair they were starting on, and you're watching that on a second tab. As we said, the best way to watch second tab, and especially because one of the things we do towards the end of every game, we tell you the lane movement, because it's not the same after every game. It's not a consistent skip a pair, land on the second or anything like that. It's an asymmetrical move. So we'll tell you all the information you need to know about the asymmetrical move, and then that way you can figure out the right pair to go to right away when you switch from one pair feed to another. Hey, we're here to help in the main feed booth. Nice to see Jerry. Enjoy the time with your lovely bride. The lanes will be here when you get back. But yeah, this is a good regional. Sold out, and then some. The original was opening for the field was 136. We're up to 142 earlier. I'm not sure if we kept everybody on that, but we're definitely in the 140s number on this regional. Great crowd to have here in Lockport. We'll watch. Well, there's 40-some gentlemen you can call Mr. 900. Sam Esposito being one of them. There's another one earlier today on A Squad, Cody Schmidt, who threw his 900 series at Anchor Lanes in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. If you're familiar with Road America, if you're a racing fan, it's literally a mile north of Road America where Anchor Lanes is. So let's get you to 11 through 14 on 11 and 12. Lucas Page is your A, Robert Vader your B. Your champion from 2024 and your runner-up from last year, Trey Heinrichsmeyer, is your C. Paul Cruikshank is your D. Over to 13 and 14, Luke Switalski is your A. I want to thank Phil and Amy Switalski for the great rendition of the national anthem before B Squad started today. Peyton Naback is your B. Joe Alvarado your C. Seth Tiekmeyer is your D on 13 and 14. And once again, the main feed here will bounce around a little bit after game 2 once we have everybody introduced across the field here. with 70 players or so in the field. Takes a little bit to get through. We want to make sure everybody gets a little bit of face time in the main feed. Takes us a couple of games to do that. Trey coming off his first technical regional win last week in Waxahachie, Texas in the Southwest region. Trey won this event in 2024, but he did it as a youth bowler, so officially it's not a full PBA victory towards the regional, counting towards regional credits. But now he's got that first banner under his belt. He's committing the entire summer to bowling, not just here in the Midwest region. He might even hit a couple of events in the Central region, definitely hitting as many events as he can in the Southwest region. With a lot of these regional seasons just getting underway with only a couple events before this. And yeah, especially in the Midwest Central, this is the time of year where those regional events really pick up. You can see the full regional calendar there if you go to PBA.com. And when you scroll across the top of the PBA page, on that black bar across the pages, there's watch, there's news, there's schedule, there's players, and then there's tours. Get your cursor over the tours tab, and you'll see 4 items down after PBA Tour, PBA 50 Tour, and PBA Elite League. You'll see the PBA Regional Tour, and that gives you your full schedule. There's 3 other regional events across the country happening this weekend. We'll talk a little bit more about that as we get through B Squad. Hey, if you can do me a favor, PBA put a really nice post about the live streaming that's happening this weekend on their Facebook and Instagram pages. So if you could say what bowler you're watching, give it a share, I'd greatly appreciate it. And maybe that way, you know, there's a few more fans of the bowler you're watching, I'm sure. And they can watch for free as well this weekend here on the PBA YouTube channel. Nayback looking to get a 3-bagger on the board here in the beverage frame. And just gets that 6-pin down. Let's take you over to 15 through 18. As we're going to get you one more set of introductions for sure, but we may be cutting back to 3 and 4 as we may have a couple of players on the front 7 shortly. Darren Bloomquist just got his 7th in a row. Labani looking for his 7th when he steps up shortly, so don't want to miss anybody chasing 300 here in the main feed. So on lanes 15 and 16. We've got Mike Kickmall, your bowler A, William Browns Jr., your bowler B. Looks like Frank Miller is a scratch for your bowler C. And Dylan Catalano Wild, your bowler D. Next door, Nolan White is your A, Wyatt Miller your B, Matthew Sipes your C, and Ben Medina your D on 17 and 18. And as we said, we may need to get the player introductions for our remaining players next game. As let's get over to lanes 3 and 4 as you see Matt Labani stepping up, front 6, ready with Darren Bloomquist on the front 7. Let's see if we can get a second one. Nope. 2, 4, 8, 10, but still one player making their bid for perfection. Looks like on 23. down to 23 and 24. Looks like Melanie McDaniel is starting with the front 6. So we'll get down and check in on her momentarily once. Bonnie completes his attempt at the 2.48.10. So here we are on 23 to 26, so on 23 and 24. We have Blake Rieger as your A, Gabe Castro your B, the aforementioned Melanie McDaniel your C. Last time McDaniel bowled this event in 2024, she made the round of 16. Her and Gianna Brandolino both had great runs that day. And Jonathan Scalon is your bowler D. Next door, Ron Nelson Jr. your A, Trent Mitchell your B, Dean Vargo your C, David Napoleon your D on 25 and 26. Melanie coming off a great run at the USBC Queens, and let's give you the radio update on Darren Bloomquist. Airmail of the head pin, left a 1-2. So his bid for perfection has gone by the wayside. And there's one more bowler in the building with a chance for perfection here in our opening game, and we will get down to that player momentarily once we get a couple things accomplished here. Looks like it's Thomas Cutsforth on 35 and 36. And actually, let's double check that, because I think Lane Talk. Yeah, actually, it's the front 9. So we will definitely get down there right now. So here we go. There you see Cutsforth getting ready to step up. Cutsforth bowling with Jaden Kenny as bowler A, and Zion Miller as bowler C. There is no bowler D on this pair, one of the rare 3s you'll see out here today. Most have 4 on a pair. And the messenger takes it down for Cutsforth. Let's make it the top 10 early on. So we'll keep an eye on McDaniel when she's getting ready to throw here momentarily. Next door to Kenny, Cutsforth, and Miller is Calvin Colton, Jack Willerton, and Trenton Holtz are A, B, and C respectively. Holtz having a nice start here as bowler C. And we may have to give you the radio call on McDaniel as Cutsforth steps on the approach. McDaniel getting ready to step up momentarily as well. For the exciting 11th in a row. Nope. You got a little too excited on that. Can McDaniel keep the streak going? Oh, my. Smash 7 and a horrendous break for McDaniel. So Cutsforth, he'll be at 288 at a minimum. Or pardon me, 286 at a minimum. Actually, bowling math is hard. If he whiffs this, it's 284. I'm assuming he makes it. And he gets it done. So some solid starts out here once again. One, as we talked about in the open, scoring pace on this Mark Roth pattern is high. Yeah, Vicky, go. If you look on the YouTube page, if you open up the description on the main feed there, you will see all the pair feeds available to you to watch. And so right click on any of those, wherever your player may be, and it'll open up a second tab. Keep us on here in the main feed so we can tell you how these players are going to be moving, give you some score updates, all kinds of goodies. And then you can watch your favorite player with the ambient audio from that pair on your second tab. So we'll get all of our field that we haven't seen so far in game one introduced in game two after player movement. Your player movement is simply just skipping a pair landing on the second, so the players you see here on 23 and 24 will move to 27 and 28. 25 and 6 will go to 29 and 30. So just basically move one pair feet up, unless your bowlers are on 35 and 38. Then you go to 3 through 6. So I'm $2 Phil Bryla taking you through the entire weekend here till we crown our champion tomorrow after our 1 p.m. scheduled stepladder time start. And we'd like to thank everybody for tuning in to the PBA Celeste Walker Midwest Central Open, presented by the Strike Shop, here from Strike and Spare 2 in Lockport, Illinois. Game 2. Can't wait for it to start rolling. Maybe we'll get a 300 this time around as well, like we did on A Squad in Game 2.
didn't even ask him. I forgot he was born.
All right, we'll start you on 3 through 6. Stay with the hot hand from game 1 with Thomas Cutsworth. Use your bowler B on 3 and 4. Along with Jake and Kenny, your A. Zion Miller, your C. Next door, Calvin Colton's your A. Jack Willerton, your B. Trenton Holtz, your C. So these players will be pacing themselves so they don't get done too quickly, as there's only 3 on a pair for these 2 pairs. All others with 4. Except the bowlers that are moving in 19 and 20 this game. Well, let's see. I see the question number going in this block. It's actually top 32 advancing tomorrow. So I'd actually look at 16th place. You know, obviously, 32 divided by 2, 16. You know, if everything was, 50-50 when it's supposed to be 50-50, obviously then it would be 16 off A, 16 off B. That doesn't happen. It happens maybe once every 100 tournaments where it's dead equal. But right now, Vince Biondo in 16th is the number that all these B squad players were looking at, plus 170. Thing is that plus 170 is only 37 pins out of 10th with Joseph Woods Wiseman. So yeah, there's a lot of room for these B squad players to get into the top 32. They'll pay 46 altogether, but with only 4 games in the advancers round tomorrow, that first elimination round, yeah, anybody that would be below 32nd would have, no chance. Even the bowler in 32nd would need a miracle to make up some pinfall in just 4 games. So we'll talk a little bit more about the remaining broadcast schedule for the weekend here for the Celeste Walker Midwest Central Open presented by the Strike Shop. And we'll move around and introduce a few more players that you didn't see during our opening game. Well, let's start getting around to the rest of the players in our field. If you want to see if Cutsworth keeps striking, well, you can open up that pair feed tab on lanes 3 through 6 and do just that. These bowlers started on 19 and 20. They're now on 23 and 24. Christopher Szynski is your A. Darren Galbraith, your B. Will Vidula at your C. And Born to Bowl, documentary subject, Cam Crow is your D on 23 and 24. Caleb Pitts, John Callis, Desmond Zuro, and Joseph Napierkowski, your players A through D respectively on 25 and 26. As soon as that first game scoring update comes across the wire, we'll get that out to you. Tournament Director and Midwest Regional Manager Toby Contreras getting all those scores in from our great volunteers here at Strike and Spare 2. Joe Smith, everybody likes me. Let's be honest. That's why you should hit that like button. Just like me. Doesn't have to be the feed. Doesn't have to be the players you're watching. Everybody likes me in the feed. Everybody likes me in the chat. I tried to keep it as serious as I could there for about 8 seconds. Yeah, couldn't do it. It's a labor of love with these live streams. I mean, I'm glad that the PBA worked with us to live stream this event. This is the 4th year now that we've live streamed this regional as a 10 on the Deck Productions. So I'm not officially with the PBA, just so everybody knows. I have my own production company, 10 on the Deck Productions. We do a lot of regional live streaming. We do some special events. Some of you that may have seen us with the Parker Bone III Scholarship Tournament every September out in New Jersey. We live stream that. We do a great event in Wisconsin called the Junior Hall of Fame. We live stream that. But I also do TV in Milwaukee as well. We have a great show called the Brew City Bowling Show. It's a lot of fun. It's not just about bowling. It's about having fun while we bowl. It's a short little 4-frame format. It's a blast. If you get a chance to watch it on YouTube with the Brew City Bowling Show, if you're looking for something fun to watch, we hit some pretty unique bowling centers in the greater Milwaukee area. And hey, who doesn't enjoy watching people bowl at Howler House, that 2-lane bowling center, world's oldest continuously certified lanes? It's like filming a TV show in the back of an 18-wheeler trailer. But we have fun with it while we're there. And if you've never been to Howler House as a bowler, that should be on your bucket list. Incredible place, incredible history. And there have been a lot of PBA professionals that have been to Howler House when they've had various PBA tour and regional events in the Milwaukee area. Let's get you over to 27 through 30. We saw most of these bowlers last game, so we're just going to give you a cordial reintroduction. Rieger, Castro, McDaniel, Scaling your A through D on 27 and 28. 29 and 30, Ron Nelson Jr., Trent Mitchell, Dean Vargo, David Napoleon. Once again, your leader in the clubhouse after A squad, your defending champion, A.J. Johnson, at plus 350. Just a little 250 average for A.J. on the morning squad. Apparently, Vargo is a scratch, Napoleon's a scratch. That's why I'm like, I saw the shock of hair that is one Gene Backlund coming off at 31 and 32, and he is your bowler D. So I didn't get a late scoring update. Apologies for not having the correct bowlers in there. Next door, on lanes 31 through 34, there you see PBA Hall of Famer Steve Jaros. He's your bowler A on 33 and 34. Gunnar Bergstrom's your B. Alex Acosta is your C. Stefan Hanen, co-proprietor of PBA official merchandiser H5G Brands, is your D on 33 and 34. Jaros, Dudek, Naskal, and McIntyre Jr. your foursome, A through D on 31 32. And we just mentioned H5G Brands. They are teaming up with the PBA Tour to present bowling night at American Family Field. if you're a Brewers fan, a Cubs fan, this one's even better for you because it is a Brewers versus Cubs game at American Family Field on a Wednesday evening, 6:40 game time on Wednesday, September 9th. And there's two ways you can participate. Get your standard tickets with a nice discount thanks to the PBA. Or you can order VIP tickets, which will get you the ticket to the game plus an H5G Brands Milwaukee Brewers jersey. Looks pretty sharp on the flyer. And the meet and greet experience prior to the game with PBA pros. I know EJ Tackett's going to be there. AJ Johnson's going to be there. Quite a few PBA professionals will be in the house for that one on Wednesday, September 9th at American Family Field. Check out the H5G Brands Facebook page for all the information and the QR codes to either order your standard tickets or your VIP tickets for that wonderful event. And thanks to everybody with the Hainan family and all the great designers at H5G Brands for everything they do for the PBA. Love my PBA jerseys. I have my PBA. This one's kind of a classic, though, with the PBA League. It's not a Battle of the Brands jersey. But the old school cities, I'm still a fan of the PBA Elite League. I really hope someday that comes back. And I saw somebody post the other day, I forgot which PBA pro it was, or maybe it was Charlie Mitchell, actually, from Bayside Bowl. Get host centers that really want to be a home team for their players. And, yeah, there should be a team in Wichita. Yeah, there's all kinds of good ideas out there. So hopefully it comes back. Let me get caught up with the chat here. Let's take a peek. Joe Smith, you're asking the wrong guy about bowling balls. I'm the play-by-play guy. I don't have a color analyst this weekend. Maybe the chat can help you out with that a little bit. Looks like the chat's already starting to do that a bit. I don't honestly, I've heard of 220 average bowler. I haven't really had a chance to watch much of their stuff. I know he had like a pure no-core bowling ball or something like that he threw, and then that looks pretty funny. Cutting bowling balls in half and then either gluing or whatever he needs to do with, I guess you think ball plug would be good for that, obviously. Oh, Joe, that's fine. I just always like to make sure people, if they have questions and I don't know the answer, somebody helps them out in the chat. It's usually pretty good to do with the PBA chat. There's usually some pretty informative people that'll give a little bit of advice when they have a moment. All right, so here we go. We saw Cutsford's 287 opening game. We're going to get down to him momentarily. He's going to be stepping in his 10th frame, looking for a possible 277 this game. 4-bagger, 7 spare, and another 4-bagger. Cutsford. And we'll get back up to this side of the house. There's only 3 on that pair, so that's why they're bowling a little quicker. Darren Bloomquist, we saw a bit of his 278. The opening game, he's in second. Cam Crow, 268 third. Lucas Page, fourth with a 259. Melanie McDaniel, fifth with a 254. Put Nick Dudek at that same number. Matt Labonte, 253. John Callis, 250. Those are all your players, all 8 of them that are over 250 in their opening game. So your full standings are available through that live scoring link that we showed a little while ago. That's just wrong on so many levels. Throw a great shot, just blow the 5 right in front of the 10 and have it just stare back at you. I know it's an inanimate object, but somewhere, someplace, some spirit is laughing directly back at Cutsworth. That's not nice. Let's take a peek in here. Brett Lloyd, wow, smashed 9-pin as he was looking to get 290 on the board. He'll still be in the 260s with a conversion. And let's get over to Cam Crow. We mentioned Crow earlier. Had himself a nice start with a 268 game. Crow can beat that by 11 pins here in game 2. He's your bowler D on your scoreboard on 23 and 24. Foundation frame. Oh, you talk about making your own breaks, ladies and gentlemen. 2 wrongs will make a right, but 3 wrongs can make a strike. As that ball was a little quick, a little right, and a little not hit up on too hard. That didn't look good out of Crow's hand, and somehow it manages to cave in the 7 and 10 to the middle of the pin deck. And so a really good start right now for Cam Crow. We'll stay with him through his 10th frame. So Cam Curl looking to make that charge into the top. Well, obviously he's in the top 10 right now, but looking to make that top 32 tomorrow, get as close to A.J. Johnson, not pass him in the standings. And Johnson with that 250 average, plus 350 from earlier today. We know we'll see A.J. back here tomorrow, 8 a.m. It's a bright and early start here at Strike and Spare 2 in Lockport for the PBA Celeste Walker Central Midwest Open, presented by the Strike Shop. All 32 players bring their 7-game pinfalls back in with them, and they'll have 4 additional games piled on to those 7-game totals. And after we get 2 11-game totals, the top 16 will advance. They will bowl 3 more games to get to a 14-game total. Top 8 of those 14-game totals will advance, and 2 final games in the round of 8 will get us to our top 4 to be seeded into a stepladder final. That stepladder final will begin at 1 p.m. Central Time tomorrow. I see in the chat after I made my little comment, 3 lefts make a right, only in New Jersey. if you're familiar with some of the intersections along US 9 and US 1 and such, yeah, sometimes, well, it's actually 3 rights make a left, because that's the only way you can get across the intersection to the left. They make you do 3 rights, a big 270. And then you go through the intersection. Yeah, but 2 wrongs to make a right, but 3 wrongs can make a strike. That is trademarked by 10 on the Deck Productions and $2 Fill Enterprises. Please do not use on any printed material without the express written consent of $2 Fill and 10 on the Deck Productions. So Cam Curl will be up. I don't need to tell you Cam's going to strike or not. You can see it right here on the main feed. But what you'll need to know is where Cam's moving to next, along with all the rest of the players if you're double tabbing us right now. And you're going to see this group on 23 and 24. They're just going to move right next door to 25 and 6. Everybody's just simply moving to the adjacent pair to their right. After game 2. So if you're watching Cam Crow and want to keep watching him, make sure you're on the pair feed for 23 to 26 as we make our way around the center here on the main feed. So Cam Crow looking to follow up that big opening game with an even bigger game 2. Enjoy Cam Crow with the ambient sounds and gorgeous sights of one Strike and Spare 2 in Lockport, Illinois, as the PBA Celeste Walker Midwest Central Open, presented by the Strike Shop, rolls on. Once again, your player movement just simply adjacent right next door to the pair to their right. get you moved back here to 11 through 14. These are the players that started the day on 5 through 8. So Jeff Mann, CJ Cummings, Brett Lloyd, Dylan Schaefer. Your players on 11 and 13 and 14, Brett Dowell, Sam Esposito, Logan Krupinski, Kyle Muller. We'll get a scoring update after 2 games here on B Squad. We'll get you some updates. And never forget that this Memorial Day weekend is to remember and honor those who gave their lives for us to have the freedoms we have here in the USA. I know some people like to remember our veterans as well. Never a bad thing to remember our veterans on a daily basis. I know Brian Ducey's been in the chat with Dog Tags Bowling. They do a lot for veterans, and of course there's the Bowlers to Veterans link as well, primary charity of the PBA, and in conjunction with H5G Brands, the official merchandisers of the PBA, they have themselves a great combat green Bowlers of Veterans Link t-shirt at h5gbrands.com, and every penny from the sales of those t-shirts the PBA donates to Bowlers of Veterans Link to continue recreational and other programs for our veterans. BVL has done so many that have done so many great things for those that have served our country. And you can do your part and look good while you're doing it through the h5gbrands.com. So how about this? On 13 and 14, everybody with a 4-bagger to start. Now make it a 5-bagger. For Dowell. 5-bagger for Krupinski. 18 shots thrown, 18 strikes on 13 and 14. I think we'll stay here for a while. Especially because even though it wasn't shot on this pair for Sam Esposito, that was done at 29 and 30. Esposito knows this house as well as anyone. Let's see if he can get his 5th in a row. Yes, he can. Kyle Muller's turn. Oh. All right, there's still 3 players with a chance for perfection on 13 and 14. No, that's perfect. You want to set it, Well, look what happens. You run to do a little housekeeping, and another one falls to the wayside. Still a couple. Front six is now a front seven. Front seven on the board. For Krupinski. Esposito still with the possibility for the front seven as well. Front seven over on 7 and 8. It's Trenton Holtz, so we'll have to go take a peek in over there. And we'll have to take a peek if there's any more front punches. That is one right here on lanes 9 and 10 as well. With Darren Bloomquist with the front bunch again. We saw Bloomquist with a bunch early on. And actually, it wasn't Holtz, it was Colton Calvin, and he just went high, left the 4-pin. And we'll have to make our way around here. We'll check lane talk. Oh, we got a front 9 right here on 11 and 12, so we'll just stay here. Jeff Mann. We said this Roth pattern could give up a bunch, and it's doing it right now in game 3. Talked to Cam Crow after game 2. He made a test shot with reactive resin. He was using urethane, piping it on his first 2 games, but we'll have to peek in on Cam in a little bit and see if he's actually in reactive resin. Here we go, Jeff Mann looking for perfection. He's on the front line, front 9. Will this ball be on line? Yes, it is. Will it carry all 10? Yes, it does. Now the only player next door after the All-Star with at least the front 4, the only player with the chance for perfection, Sam Esposito. So Cam Crow's your leader, plus 146. Cutsford second, plus 143. Cutsford's having some struggles this game. He could go out for 2-0 as number 11 falls for Mann. Dudek third, plus 120. Bloomquist fourth, and he's going to be rising the bullet. Bloomquist did miss out on continuing his bid for 7th in a row, left the 10-pin. But Bloomquist with the rise. Mitchell plus 110, Jaros plus 92, Page plus 87, Nabak plus 79, Jane Kenny plus 75, and Chris Watson plus 73 round out your top 10 for right now. But here we go. Mann for perfection. All 10 go. After Esposito received his 8th in a row. And Jeff Mann was only at plus 9 after 2, so that gets him to plus 109. Let's see if that gets him on the full comeback trail, because it's going to take about another 100 pins on top of that to make sure he has himself in for tomorrow's elimination rounds. We'll stay here with Esposito until he fails to strike, and then we'll get over to Cam Crow. Crow, this game started with a 3-bagger. He's followed up with 2 spares through 5. We get a chance to look in at Crow. Before Esposito makes the next shot, we will, of course, do so. Well, it looks like Crow and Esposito are going to probably be throwing at the same time. Their lane mates just threw right now, and the right lane of their pairs, and they're both on the left lane of their pairs. So we'll see if we can catch Crow. Otherwise, let's stay here for Esposito. 9th frame. Esposito plus 42 after his first 2 games of this round. Oh, hey now. Somebody get a fire extinguisher, put out the burn. His fingertips must have felt on that shot. My goodness. There is a there's an 810 and there's a burn at 810 right there. Youch. Still a great game for Esposito, even with just getting 1 here. Rounding out the 10th, getting into the 250s or 260s. Maybe the 250s with a mark. Get him near that plus 100 total. He'll need to keep pacing on that. If he wants to make the eliminator rounds tomorrow. Here you see Esposito's banner over 29 and 30 here at Strike and Spare 2. They're his 900 series. So here we go on 23 and 24. We are following Cam Crow. Use your bowler D on 25 and 6. But Ben Medina, quality young PBA junior player, on the front 6. Yeah, Ducey, that's all on you. That 810, 100%. Oh, wrap 7. That's on you too, Ducey. Everything bad's on Brian Ducey today. Just kidding, my man. We'll see. Hopefully you make it up here tomorrow. If not, hey, watch like everybody else is this weekend here on PBA YouTube. We appreciate everybody tuning in. We know there's a lot of things you can do on a Saturday afternoon. And thanks to everybody that's joined us all B squad long, all A squad long, and all the way through the weekend. And the silly 7th in a row. Yeah, as he knocked that head pin silly for Medina. Up on 33 and 34. Nick Dudek working on the front 6, so we'll check in on Dudek in a short period of time. Crow slices him down. Let's get over to 33 and 34. As Dudek stepping up on the front six. Make it front seven over to '23 and 24. Make it a front eight for Medina. So we had the 300 by Jeff Mann on 11 and 12 of this game. Will we see another 300? There's only one 300 on A squad. That was by Courtney Burks during his second game. I figured there was going to be 2 or 3 a squad today. We may have 2 in the same game here. Maybe even 3. You never know. So Medina is stepping up, looking for the nasty 9th in a row. Dudek should be up shortly as well. He'll be looking for his 8th in a row. Medina dead stuffed. Let's get over to Dudek. You see him creeping in. Right side of your screen, lane 34. A significant 7th strike already on the board. Will we see an excellent 8th? That looked a little quick out of his hand, and that's a little unusual for that 4-pin. 5-pin behind it, 2-pin in front of it. Nothing takes it down, gave it a little wiggle. And that's about it. So Crow's pace slowing down a little bit, still keeping the score sheet clean. But after the opening 3-bagger, no more strikes in a row. Can still put 228 on the board. We saw Kevin McCune do that in the middle of his block. When 220, 220, 220, you still put him in the top 5 on A squad. I'm sure there's no worries going across Cam Crow's thought process right now. So coming up shortly, he'll be stepping into your picture in lane 23. Ben Medina. Looking to put that always wonderful plus 100 on the board. Medina plus 62 after his first 2 games, so getting to plus 162 puts him right in the hunt for the lead on the squad. You see Medina getting ready, making sure that hand's nice and dry. And you'll see him come into the left side of your screen. Looking for 10 in a row. There you go. He wasn't happy with it. You saw the body language. But once the ball is over the foul line with a legal delivery, you must take the results of that throw, whether Medina likes it or not. And I'm sure he likes it, let's be honest. Yeah, it's a strike on the board. Medina looking for number 11. Yeah, oh, the third effort from the 10 pin. Not even the second effort got there. Saw a couple of those earlier today. Well, that 6 pin looks like it's done doing any work, and then next thing you know, the 10 pin's falling to the left and going into the pit. So can we get 300 number 2 on the squad? Jeff Mann already just threw his this game. There we go on the messenger. And a 300 for Ben Medina here in game number 3. So your player movement between games 3 and 4. Skip 3 pairs, land on the 4th. So Medina and company moving over to 31 and 32. Crow and company moving over to 33 and 34. We'll get you a scoring update, and we'll be starting game 4 of 7 momentarily here from Strike and Spare 2 in Lockport, Illinois, the PBA Celeste Walker Midwest Central Open presented by the Strike Shop. Al Hardesty, thanks for being a great presenting sponsor with the Strike Shop this weekend. Let's start you. We'll stay in those same pairings, 23 to 26, because we have Trey Heinrichsmeyer on 25 and 6 with Lucas Page as your A, Robert Vader your B, Heinrichsmeyer your C, Cruikshank your D. Next door will be Gene Backlund, Joshua Truman, Christopher Meyer, Ryan Schottmer. The pins are a-flying here on B Squad. PBA Celeste Walker Central Midwest Open, presented by the Strike Shop. Awaiting the 3-game B Squad scoring update. Once again, your A Squad leader was A.J. Johnson at plus 350, a 250 average over 7 games. I'm sure AJ is back home in his pajamas in Kenosha. With his girlfriend Allie and their son Brantley. Most of the high scores from two-handers. No, AJ Johnson obviously one-hander. Let me take a look here. McCune one-hander, Burton two-hander, Russo two-hander for the players I know. Vince Biondo definitely a one-hander. Biondo plus 170 as a senior player. So there was even though the pattern was a little softer, it wasn't speed or rev rate dominant in any way, shape, or form. But obviously looking at the younger players that are in the field, such as a Robert Vader. A Trey Heinrichsmeyer. Yeah, you got your fair share of two-handers as Vader gets them all to go. I mentioned Heinrichsmeyer just graduated from Wichita State University after just 2 years of collegiate bowling. He had enough credits after his high school attendance to have an associate's degree as well when he graduated high school, so just needed 2 years, maxed out his credits, quality student athlete, and now is the recipient of a bachelor's degree, the recipient shortly thereafter of his first PBA title as Vader gets the late fall on the 10. Don't think he ever saw it. Had some pretty good angle on that, almost chopped the 3 right off the 6 there as hard as that and late as it came in the pocket. Heinrichsmeyer, first time we saw him get on the map bowling-wise on a nationwide level was when he took down the 2023 PBA LBC National Championships at Bolero Wauwatosa as a youth player. $25,000 was awarded to him in scholarship money. And he missed out on making some big money at the Clash that year. Still bold, but Tom Doherty took down the $60,000 in year 1. Then Gianna Brandolino took it down in year 2, both of those at Bayside Bowl. And then Andrew Anderson on the PBA live stream finals for 2025 for the LBC National Championships Clash took down the $25,000 top prize in the Clash, along with whatever monies were won. In the LBC National Championships proper. Oh, no. Well, I don't want to say I had my hand up in the booth. I don't want to walk down to Paul and say, hey, you owe me one. But, youch. Just goes to show it, any level of competition. Hey, Grandpa had that happen to him. PBA Tour Finals at Strike and Spare 2. Graham paid up. Not Strike and Spare 2, at Steel City Bowl and Brews. Take a lane talk scan. See if we have any bowlers right now. Currently a little later in the game looking for perfection. Remember, we had 2 perfect games last game. First was by Jeff Mann. Second was by Ben Medina. That'll definitely vault them a bit up the standings. And it was about game 5 during A-Squad that the scoring pace seemed to slow a little bit. Now it seems to be here looking around in game 4. Yeah, we have nobody on any of our pairs heading for perfection. I mean, we still have some good games out there. 19 and 20. Brett Lloyd looking to put up a possible 269 game. It's always good running into bowlers' families thanking me for having the live stream this weekend. They were watching it before they came down. And, hey, we're glad to bring this to you. It's a 10 on the deck production. Brought to you through the PBA YouTube channel thanks to the PBA and Bowl TV/USBC for relinquishing the rights to this live stream event. So it's available to be streamed to you on the PBA YouTube channel. Let's get you your three-game scoring update. Darren Bloomquist leads at plus 194 on the squad. Nick Dudek, second, plus 186. Cam Crow, third, plus 163. Ben Medina, after his perfect game, just a pin back and fourth. Trent Mitchell, fifth at plus 143. Alex Acosta, 127 over. Thomas Cutsforth drops a little bit. Had some problems in game three, just a 175 for Cutsforth, drops into plus 118. Peyton Naback up to plus 114, and Jeff Mann, after his perfect game, rounds out our top 10-ish at plus 109. So, once again, the scoring pace, if it's like A squad, it'll slow down a little bit. As I said, those players that are 200 over after they walked out the door on A squad should be feeling pretty good. As we had 10 players on A squad walk out at plus 200 or better. And we got a front six down on 7 and 8. It'll be Alex Acosta. You're going to see Acosta coming to your screen on the left side. Acosta had a perfect game last night during the 6-game sweeper on this same 42-foot Mark Roth pattern. And now there's a nasty 10-pin, ends that string for Acosta, but he's sitting in the top 10 on squad, plus 127. He's still got to be feeling pretty good. How about a Hall of Fame 7-10 conversion? We've seen Steve Jaros. He can still let it fly with pretty dead roll. That's the way to try to get that 10 out of the pit. And oh, it was the tease. It was there. Oh, another maybe inch up on that 10-pin bounce, and that would have been over into the 7. Steve Giles not having a good day. He's under on the squad. Same thing for our defending champion, Trey Heinrichsmeyer. Heinrichsmeyer, not defending, our 2024 champion with Trey Heinrichsmeyer. Heinrichsmeyer minus 16 after his first 3 games. That's a surprise, especially the way that he and A.J. Johnson just back and forth the last 2 years in this event. saw Trey Heinrichsmeyer, and he just looked at me and he just shook his head. All you need to say, Trey. That's all you need to say today. You can't win them all. You can try to win them most, but you can't win them all. So Alex Acosta trying to go for 279 here. Steve Jaros trying to save $1.90. Hasn't been a good day for Jaros. Stefan Hanen trying to do the big save, try to get to 231 after 51 in the fourth. And the 6 shoves on the 10. And right now the big game, Gunnar Bergstrom. Bergstrom, we won't even discuss the first 3 games, but pretty good game here in game 4. So we're going to let you enjoy the remainder of this game here in the main feed on this pair with the ambient audio. We're going to do some housekeeping, and the PBA Celeste Walker Midwest Central Open presented by the Strike Shop will have player movement for our players from game 4 to game 5. Skip 2 pairs, land on the 3rd, so Jaros and company here will move from 7-8 to 13 and 14. Harrison, Delvaux, Brown, and Lunsford will move with them over to 15 and 16. Thanks everybody for joining us here on the PBA YouTube channel. Once again, thanks to the PBA for letting 10 Deck Productions live stream to the channel. And thanks again to Bowl TV/USBC for providing the rights to this event. Remember, you can subscribe to Bowl TV. Plenty of great events going on. They have the Senior U.S. Open wrapping up today and tomorrow at match play. PWBA will kick back in shortly as well from Rochester, New York. And you'll have the remainder of the PBA 50 and PBA Tours, some great PBA Junior events, the PBA RPI qualifiers, and, of course, some great amateur events as well, such as the U22 Masters and U22 Queens. Those are both going on and watchable on Bowl TV from Boardwalk Bowl in Orlando, Florida. So already underway on 7 and 8 with their 5th game. Blake Rieger is your A, Gabe Castro your B, Melanie McDaniel your C, Jonathan Scalen your D. Coming on to 9 and 10. In Game 5, once the players are completed. Ron Nelson, Trent Mitchell, Dean Vargo, David Napoleon, A through D respectively on 9 and 10. We're also going to take a peek in on Cam Crow. He's down on lanes 3 and 4, just getting underway. Crow bowling with Szynski, Galbraith, and Vidulich. 5 and 6 will have Pitts, Callis, Zero, and Napier-Kowski. We'll get you some Cam Crow. If you're a Cam Crow fan, we'll get you some Cam Crow here in the main feed momentarily. Daniel with the cover over to Cam Crow. Crow can't quite get that messenger to go down. Was looking for that opening double. He's your bowler D on 3 and 4. And a wrap 10, or pardon me, wrap 7 for Crow. So let's see if he's not happy with the angles right now for entering it. Let's see if he's going to make a significant ball change. I don't think he's going to make a slight move. This could be the point in time where we might see him jump back into reactive resin. Of course, the only man that knows that is the man throwing the ball. Wow, we are plugging along here. We'll get that scoreboard fixed here on 3 through 6. All right, our Game 4 results are in here. For B Squad, once again, that live scoring link is pinned to the top of your chat here on YouTube. Your B Squad leader, Darren Bloomquist, at plus 251, so he's within striking distance of A.J. Johnson, because right now Bloomquist averaging 262 on the round. Cam Crow looking to keep that 260 average going. He has for his first 4 games this round. He's at plus 242. Nick Dudek third, plus 224. Alex Acosta fourth, plus 206. Ben Medina had a 300 game. Number 3, Medina at plus 174. Cutsford still hanging tough after the 175 game in game 3. Bounces back with 247 to get the plus 165. Lloyd at 159. Mitchell plus 157. Jeff Mann, a perfect game author as well, at plus 155. Peyton Naback at plus 150. Round out your top 10 or so. As we mentioned, if there's a bowler on A Squad between plus 170 and plus 200, they're definitely having a sweat right now watching the scoring pace. I mean, it did slow down a little bit on A Squad, but you can't guarantee it's going to slow down on B. I mean, let's take a look at this right now on 3 and 4. Obviously, Cam Crow, your bowler D, throwing it phenomenal. Vudilich having a rough day. Galbraith having a rough day. And Szynski at plus 105. So your bowler A with Szynski having a solid game this game. He's just going to need to get a couple more of those to get in that plus 200 number. Make sure to give himself a chance. Melanie McDaniel go. 3-bagger on the board here in game 5. Her first 4 games left her with a plus 116 total. focus on Crow and McDaniel. Crow's going to go first here. Foundation frame, or pardon me, 8th frame for Crow. Sometimes Cameron's pinfall is just unique to him. Like that shot right there, it wasn't like a blower 5 into the 10. It wasn't a light mixer, it was just everything kind of exploded. Crow's games to this point, 268, 278, 217, 279. And now looking to put up another 269. And once again, A.J. Johnson's A-squad score still in a few bowlers' sights, but doesn't matter. At the end of 7 games of qualifying, you can go to Wendy's, give them $6, get yourself a biggie bag, tell them you're the qualifying leader, and they're like, yeah, tell me when you win the championship. Jonathan, extra ball speed for this pattern. Melanie McDaniel is a prime example of not necessarily. I think being able to play these Roth patterns straighter as it breaks down, I think, is an advantage. I mean, we all know that Cam Crow here can just zip it down the lane. But you're talking a lower rev, lower ball speed player like McDaniel, and she's doing just fine. Working on a 4-bagger right now. Pins go smoosh for Cam. Speaking of McDaniel, should be stepping up in the 8th frame on the left side of your screen, lane 7. With a chance for 5 in a row. Cam, you have your own brand of pinfall, man. Just some of the stuff where it flies, you just go, I don't see anybody else do that. I mean, it's like, wow, that shot in the 8th frame, it's like it hits light, and usually you see like the blower 5 into the 10 and stuff like that. Everything just went, screw it, I'm out. It's awesome. That's my entire broadcasting career. Thank you, sir. Oh, and Mel, whether we mentioned the lower ball speed, lower rev rate, and that one, you can see she's not happy with the release. And you might be saying to yourself, well, Melanie's got a wrist device on. I thought those were illegal at the PBA. They're not. You can use them on the PBA 50 Tour, and you can use them on the PBA Regional Tour. The only thing that is allowed on the PBA regular tour is just like a golf glove, like you see P. Weber wear, or some other type of I guess you can say form-fitting, hold your wrist or hold something in place during your delivery. I mean, let's be honest. Anybody try taking away Pete's golf club? Oof. But yeah, there's nothing form-fitting. There's nothing supportive about a golf glove. There's a couple other bowling gloves that are out there as well that players use just for feel. So McDaniel, well done on the cover. And she's keeping herself in contention here. She made the top 16 here back in 2024, did not participate in 2025 to my remembrance. All right, let's get back over to Cam Crow, 10th frame, looking for a smashing 7th. No, not a smash 7, a smashing 7th in a row. These pins just don't listen. As that 4 went around the 7 in a hurry. So spare here, Cam will be in the 240s again. Last year, Cam got himself into the round of 8 just before falling a little short of the stepladder. So Jonathan R. Yeah, you're right. Ball speed, extra ball speed, sure, it does help on the pattern. But I think when you have a good match on speed and rev rate like Mel McDaniel does right now, and just you can hit a quarter on the lane. Sometimes the old acronym with KISS, keep it simple, stupid, is the best way to score as these patterns get chopped up and broken down. The one thing you've noticed for our right-handers, I mean, we're 4 games in, it's a 42-foot pattern. Usually you see a lot of people starting to play in. You use the old rule of 31, and then you're thinking, okay, you need an 11th board break point. Guys will be, with the hands of rev rates, will be starting well left and then keep progressing left. Well, it really hasn't been the case. So we got the 248 in the books, game 5 for Crow. And we'll stick with McDaniel and company. As McDaniel's looking to put 237 on the board, and that would still help her towards making the top 32. I mean, they're paying 46 spots with this field. Could be 47 depending on the final. I know there was a couple of weight withdrawals, so I'm going to stay with 46 with the PBA's 1-in-3 cashing ratio. But everybody's shooting for making the top 32, and even if you don't get yourself into the top 16, after today, you know you have 4 games tomorrow starting at 8 a.m. here at Strike and Spare 2 to make that run towards the top of the leaderboard. So your player movement between Game 5 and Game 6 is just right next door. No skip. McDaniel and company move over to 9 and 10. Zero and company will move over to 7 and 8. Crow and company will move to 5 and 6. So real easy move. Easy for you to follow at home if you're double tabbing us, like many of you are. We appreciate everybody that's taking some time on a Saturday afternoon, especially here in the Midwest. Gorgeous weather. Unfortunately, sorry to hear for you people out east. It has just been a rain-filled torrent. Hopefully that lets up for you sometime soon. So player movement. And the chase towards tomorrow's top 32. Coming to you from Strike and Spare 2. in Lockport, Illinois, and the PBA Celeste Walker Midwest Central Open presented by the Strike Shop. Once again, Al Hardesty, thanks again for your presenting sponsorship of this wonderful event. Let's get you to lanes 23 through 26 here at Strike and Spare 2. Thanks everybody for joining us on the PBA YouTube channel here in Game 6. Darren Bloomquist, Chris Watson, Joe Lichtner, and Matt Labonte are on your right pair, 25 and 26. Over on 23 and 24, Calvin Colton, Jack Willerton, Trenton Holtz. Your 3 players on 23 and 24. Still a couple of pairs finishing Game 5, so it'll be a little bit before we get our 5-game standings. But just remember, a couple of weeks out, the wrap-up to the PBA World Series of Bowling 17, the World Championship Finals. EJ Tackett, your 1 seed. Belmo, your 5 seed. Belmo has to get out of the first show that's going to be on CBS Sports Network. Starting at 11 a.m. Eastern on CBS Sports Network. Then the remainder of the step ladder will move to CBS. Check your local network affiliates for CBS. Make sure that they're airing that at 1 p.m. Eastern time on June 13th. With the rest of that step ladder being 2 seed Chris Vi, 3 seed Bill O'Neill, 4 seed Chris Prather, and whoever comes out of that CBS Sports Network step ladder. They'll be at Strobel Arena in Allen Park, Michigan, part of Thunder Bowl with that arena. And then the following weekend, more coverage on CBS Sports Network with the PBA Leagues Battle of the Brands and the Norm Duke Open. 9 hours of coverage over 2 days. June 20th, June 21st on CBS Sports Network. And that'll be the conclusion of your over the airwaves programming for the PBA in 2026. But we'll have plenty on PBA YouTube. If you haven't already subscribed when watching today, do so. Lots of features that will be out on PBA YouTube 1 week after each PBA 50 stepladder final is complete on Bowl TV. They will upload those to the PBA YouTube channel so you can watch those great PBA 50 players as well. Manuel, much love from the Bay. Okay, Hudson Bay, Thunder Bay, Bay of Fundy. Sorry, I'm just naming Canadian bays. I know it's the San Francisco Bay Area, San Francisco, Oakland. Home of the Tang family, where Darren and Michael are originally from. Thanks for tuning in off the West Coast today. So Bloomquist trying to get a late rally going here. Trying to get the big finish. Number one on this squad. Trying to get back to 222 after the old salute to Hammer and Hank in the fourth frame. 4-4 in the fourth for Bloomquist. Unfortunately, I think we have Chris Watson out with an injury. Hate to see that. It's never easy to host a PBA regional event. It's never easy to bowl in a PBA regional event. But to host the event and then try to bowl Yeah, that's not easy to do, so hopefully it's nothing serious for Chris. He was up near a top 10 earlier. Yeah, he was at plus 92 after 4, so it's a shame. He could have kept battling forward, and hopefully nothing serious for Chris. Appreciate everything he's done to bring me in this weekend. Appreciate everything he's done. He's hosting 5 PBA regional events here at Strike and Spare during 2026. This event, there's a doubles event coming up in July, a PBA junior event at the end of August. And the PBA RPI and the PBA 50 RPIs in late October, early November. Of course, all those RPIs you'll see on Bowl TV. Once again, we want to thank Bowl TV and the USBC for allowing 10 on the Deck Productions to live stream this event. And we want to thank the PBA for allowing us to live stream through the PBA YouTube channel. Yeah, there may be some bowlers you see out here that may be looking like they're giving up, but a majority of them, like you said there, Jonathan, yeah, they're fighting, they're learning. If you stop learning off your mistakes out here on the PBA Regional Tour, you're never going to make it to the regular PBA Tour. Because everything there, the PBA Tour is even tougher to win than on the Regional Tour. So how about that for a save for Bloomquist? Fill ball nonetheless. .219. Let's take a peek in on Alex Acosta here in Game 6. His pace will be a little bit behind where these players are at. Yeah, they're just in the 6th frame on 15 and 16. Acosta is your bowler C. Steve Jaros, PBA Hall of Famer, your bowler A. Gunnar Bergstrom, your bowler B. And Stefan Hanen, your bowler C. Pardon me, Hanen is your bowler D. And once again, don't forget, just announced this week, H5G Brands and the PBA Tour presents Bowling Night at American Family Field. If you're around Chicagoland, Milwaukee areas, or if you're a Cubs fan, Brewers fan, come back home. Wednesday, September 9th, 6:40 p.m. game time. The H5G has arranged special ticket prices through a link on their social media. And the PBA and H5G working together for VIP tickets, which include your ticket to the game, an H5G brand Milwaukee Brewers jersey, and a meet and greet experience prior to the game with many PBA professionals. So check out H5G brand's social media. Remember, H5G is the official merchandise provider for the PBA. If you want to get that PBA water bottle, PBA sweatshirt, PBA pullover, or my favorite, and I wear it at least once a week, the PBA's BVL Support Combat Green t-shirt. All the proceeds from that t-shirt go to Bowlers to Veterans link. Check out all that H5G Brands has to offer for PBA merchandise at h5gbrands.com. once again, there's a bit of a pacing differential right now. We've got some pairs that are just starting game 6, and quite a few pairs that have already finished game 6. So a little off on the pair viewing right now. We'll get you back over to Cam Crow shortly, as he and his lane mates are just starting their game on lanes 5 and 6. Wow. Trey Heiringsmeyer stopped by the booth. I wrote him off earlier, man. I saw him at minus 16 and said, wow, I can't believe the young man who's had success in the center. The 2 times he bowled here in the Celeste Walker Midwest Central Open. He finished first in 2024, second in 2025. He was 16 under after his first 3 games. He's 190 over right now. He just threw a baby 800 series for his 4th, 5th, and 6th games. He'll leave only a 7th game on 9 and 10. Just goes to show, sometimes you can stop being an idiot, as he said. His words, not mine. But also one of those things where you learn from your mistakes. We were talking about it in the chat. And you just keep fighting forward, and you have the heart of a champion like Trey Heiringsmeyer. And you make that comeback. We'll have to see if we make it all the way back. If he gets to 250, 260 over, watch out tomorrow. Absolutely watch out tomorrow. All right, we should have our Game 5 standings uploaded to the live scoring link. It's in your chat. So after 5 games of qualifying, Cam Crow, your leader on B squad, at plus 289. Darren Bloomquist second, plus 267. As we mentioned, we'll check in on Cam Crow in a little bit, as Crow just entering the 4th frame. Actually, let's go peek in on him shortly. You're going to see him coming into the right side of your screen as he's throwing on lane 6. Nick Dudek third, plus 242 on the squad. Brent Lloyd fourth, plus 218. Alex Costa fifth, plus 205. Ben Medina, earlier shooter over 300, plus 189. Jeff Mann, another 300 shooter, plus 168. Cutsforth hanging tough. He had some struggles middle of the block. He's at plus 166. Peyton Nabak plus 155, and Logan Krupinski plus 151, kind of hanging around the top 10 on the squad. Telling you what, I like it if you're 200 over. And as we mentioned, coming into this game, Trey Heinrichsmeyer went from minus 19 to plus 119 in 2 games, and now he's 200 over, waiting for that 6th game to be added in. As he's going to have back-to-back games in the 280s, I believe. He had 288 in Game 5. I think it's another 280 game in Game 6. And Crow cannot get the conversion. We'll get back to Acosta's finish here on 15 and 16. So Costa possible 247 as he's your bowler C leading off 10th frame. Stepped out of that one just a hair and ends up coming in a little light. So a conversion and all 10 on the fill be 236. Remember, our top 32 will be finalized after this squad. If there is a tie for 32nd place, you'll hear about it tomorrow morning. And we'll get you a highlight or two. But it's going to take a while. Because if it is an A-squad bowler involved in that tie, they have a half hour from when the scores are approved and verified until that bowler would have to be back for that roll-off match for 32nd position. So we will not be on the air as those scores are being verified and tabulated. So if there is a tie, we'll talk about it tomorrow morning. We'll possibly show you a highlight or two. Looks like Crow is going to fire before Acosta. Acosta's just the fill ball. Crow trying to bounce back off an open frame. Haven't been many of those for Cam today. Acosta did get his shot to carry for 236. Hey, Scott Merrick, good to see you in the chat. Yeah, all's well. It's just busy, and now you've been there at PBA events before. Get a couple slow players on a pair, compound it with a short breakdown that players aren't paying attention, turns into a real delay. Yeah, that's where we're sitting at right now. We have some players already halfway through Game 7 up on the high end. Meanwhile, we're halfway through Game 6 here on 5 and 6. No fault of Cam Crow and crew. They had to patiently wait for other players. And actually our players on lanes 3 and 4, they're actually in their 7th and final game. Jeff Mann, author of a 300 earlier, you'll see him coming in the purple. I guess more of a fuchsia and black motive jersey. He's flirting with the cut number. And this is just bowling. You can't even look at what the cut score might be. You can't even go, oh, I need this to get in, because, yeah, the pace of play is just a little off, and they're going to be done with their 7th game before some players are done with their 6th game. So throw every shot you can like that, Jeff Mann, and keep doing that. We'll see you tomorrow morning, bright and early, 8 a.m. for a little breakfast bowling. And if you're a PBA player watching on PBA YouTube that's in this event and half the bowl tomorrow, remember George's Restaurant attached too. Striking Spirit 2, 7 a.m. they're open. You can get breakfast before roll call at 7:30. I know I will be. Well, Scott, I hope you get back off the sidelines pretty soon. I know you bowl a lot of PBA 50 regional events, some of the Midwest Tour stops on the PBA 50 as well. So Crow, after that errant 3-6-7 in the 4th frame, he spawns back with a 3-bagger. He knows every pin counts. Yikes, a couple of the most popular PWBA players. They've been, well, Daria Payuk had an elbow injury from a scooter accident. Now Verity Crowley just posted to social media a little while ago, stress fracture in her right shin. She may not be able to make it back in time. She's hoping to be ready for the U.S. Women's Open, but we'll have to see. And she posted a picture of herself in a big old boot. So get well, Verity. During the PBLBC National Championships over the last couple of years, she had a couple of big squads coming of her supporters from her Patreon. And I know a lot of bowlers use their social media to communicate with their fans. Cam Crow's going to communicate with his fans right now with another strike. Bull pissed. That's my motto. Some may say bull fearless for the ladies. It's bull pissed. Make that dumb mistake, punch yourself in the face 3 or 4 times, and like we saw Anthony Simonson do on occasion. I remember that at World Series of Bowling in 2016. He was having a match with Parker Bowen III, and he made a dumb shot, and he started he hit himself in the face hard. There's footage out there somewhere from Extra Frame, and I was like, wow, that's making yourself pay for your mistake. So Cam Crow and company, after this 6th game, they make the big move. They skip 5 pairs, land on a 6th. So they're going to go from here on 5 and 6 up to 17 and 18. And at the pace this bowling is occurring, we're probably just going to stick with them here in the main feed. If you're watching some of the other pairs with our double tabbing advice, you already know some of your pairs are in the 8th, 9th frame of Game 7. So we're going to take a short audio intermission here. Appreciate everybody tuning in tonight. Appreciate you that are double tabbing, watching your favorite bowler. And make sure you set those alarm clocks nice and early for tomorrow, as it's going to be 8 a.m. start Central Time here in Lockport, Illinois at Strike and Spare 2, as our top 32 will be moving into the advancers round of this PBA Celeste Walker Midwest Central Open presented by Strike Shot. But we have one more game to go here with Cam Crow and crew.
Can't do that at my old age anymore.
All right, we'll check in on a Costin Company. As Alex has been flirting with the lead. And we'll get back to Cam Crow once they get themselves established. Over on 17-18. Be a few minutes before we get a 6-game scoring update for you.
Yeah, I already stayed. Yeah. Although I've never been to any of them out here, though, so I don't know what are the good ones and what aren't.
The casinos?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a couple within an hour.
Yeah, I know that. Unconvincing ball motion, but did you feel like you got all that one as well?
So we were talking about Trey Heinrichsmeyer earlier. He had to wait a little while as well, one of those pairs that was affected by slow play. Heinrichsmeyer, he's your bowler C on 9 and 10. Let's get you over there now. And you see back-to-back single pin misses to start, and 2 spares and a strike. So he can still get to 236, but boy, you talk about getting yourself back in contention and just letting it go with single pin misses. You know, Trey is not happy with himself. There you go. There's a double. He's going to need, if he runs the sheet, he'll be in that plus 200 range. If he gets a 3-bagger even a three-bagger, spare three-bagger, get the 2-teen, he'll get himself to plus 200 and still have himself some bonus bowling tomorrow. For those of you looking for Cam Crow, we'll get to them in a little bit. They're just getting underway on 17 and 18. And if you're double tabbing us and watching on 17-18, Cam Crow is your bowler D on that pair. He has started with a strike. Game scoring update should come across fairly quickly now that we just had a couple of those delayed players finish. And there's some people back in either hotel rooms or homes, like Vince Biondo, Colin Howe, Bob Baker, Noah Samuel is there between 170 and 180 over. Really sweating it right now. I mean, are they going to get a visit to the pay window? Absolutely. As Heinrich Meyer goes high, leaves the 3-6. Sure, the visit to the pay window is nice, but you always want that chance to get some more bonus bowling, try to chase down a title, give yourself a storybook ending. Hey, came in 32nd, ran it all the way to the title. I mean, that's like the old PBA match play. Parker Bowen III did it one time, made it to match play, 24th position. Give him a world championship once everything was done. Great conversion on that 3-4-6-7. Cam Crow opening double. All right, so here's your 6-game totals. Cam Crow, your leader on the squad, plus 325. So shoots 226 or better this game, he'll be the overall leader going into tomorrow. But then again, nobody remembers the overall leader after day one ever. Brett Lloyd second, plus 296. Darren Bloomquist third on the squad, plus 286. Jeff Mann fourth, plus 247. Acosta, Dudek, Szynski, Medina, Heinrichsmeyer. Heinrichsmeyer plus 187, as we mentioned, is games 5 and 6, 288, 268. But Heinrichsmeyer with some work to do even after that strike. Still get the 214. That gets him the plus 201. That'll see bonus going tomorrow. But he is not happy with himself right now, and I'm not happy with him either. I thought I was going to have a really good comeback story, and now he's middle of the pack. So right now your cut, if it ended after 6 for B squad, counting all the A squad scores, is Trent Mitchell at plus 164. Problem is he's got Callis and Naback on the squad, just a pin behind him. Esposito, who's on 3 and 4. Open 2 spares and a double through 5. Esposito at plus 150, so some work to do. Trenton Holtz plus 167, just 3 pins ahead of the number. Dead score of Brian Kaplan plus 166. Bailey Maverick 168. Alex Carrillo plus 169. Vince Biano plus 170. Yeah, they are all sweating it right now. Jasher Truman plus 149. There's an outside chance for Truman as well. After that, though, it's going to take some big games. Ron Nelson plus 140. Luke Switalski plus 125, Calvin Colton plus 118, and Melanie McDaniel plus 114. Next closest that are still actively bowling here on B squad. All right, let's take you over to Cam Crow. There you see he's at the ball return on lane 18. Working on a double. And then we'll get you back to Heinrichsmeyer's foundation frame. Oh, that ball gobbled up the pins for the turkey. Heinrichsmeyer stepping up, lane 10, coming into your picture momentarily. .214 would be huge for him. And he likes it, gets the 10 down. Here's the problem for Heinrichsmeyer. He's at plus 187. Open in the 10th, let's say he goes 9 out. Leaves him with 181, minus 19 off the 187. That's 166. That's danger territory right there. We'll get back to Crow. Once again, 226 is all Crow will need. To take the lead on the day. Sorry, Jared, I didn't see it until now. Melanie McDaniel's on 21-22. Juggling cats right now with the scores. Some of the pairs way out of place on pace of play. Cam 4, front and 4. Heinrichsmeyer, as we said, a mark here is good. A strike here really takes the sweat away. And an open frame might be the end of the event for the player that's finished second last year and won the championship in 2024. But what a comeback, though, from being 16 down to 187 over in 3 games. Live feed link or live stream link for the scoring, live scoring link, pardon me, pinned to the top for those if you're looking for a certain player. I have no idea how Nick Dudick is doing because, as I said, we're focusing on a couple. And some players are done already, so I won't even be able to get their scores at this point in time as lanes are shutting down. So apologies to the chat, but I am a one-man wrecking crew. So good count here for Heinrichsmeyer. He's in the 2-0 range. He'll be around plus 190. That should be good. For tomorrow, he's just going to have a lot more work to do early. And he's going to have to do a lot better work early than he did here on B squad. Waiting to see who's going to fire first. Cam Crow looks like he's going to fire first. He'll be coming in right side of your screen. There he is right there, lane 18. Heinrichsmeyer steps up on the approach. And actually, Heinrichsmeyer fires first. 4-9. Crow, 5-pin. So Heinrichsmeyer in the plus 190 range. That should be good for tomorrow. Crow trying to warm up his hands after icing a 5. Oh, I'm sorry, that's a 8-pin. My apologies. I'm like, how could Cam Crow leave a 5-pin? I mean, it can happen, let's be honest. So Crow with the cover. Heinrichsmeyer gets 1 for 201, so that's plus 188. That should be good enough. I just do not see that cut. Moving 30 pins this last game. So we'll stay here with Cam Crow and crew for the rest of their Game 7. Wow, almost the 7-10. Kim looks back twice going, how the 10, I think he was more concerned about how the 10 stood than about the messenger on the 7. Once again, I know it's not a goal score in Cam's thought process as he misses that 10-pin. Yikes. But 226 is the score he would need to post. Brett Lloyd. Finished with 161. So he's going to fall a bit back. He was at plus 296, so he's still going to make it to tomorrow, but that was the only other player on the squad that could really give a big threat to Cam Crow. Bloomquist still could as well, but Bloomquist finished with 233, so that gets Bloomquist to plus 3 and change. Yeah, so not close. So Crow can still get to 257, but you know he's giving himself a little bit of the business after missing the 10-pin. 3-pin spins into the 6, spins into the 9, all while still nearly maintaining near vertical position, and then finally falls into the pit for Crow. Glad you found the link there, Kayla. Sorry, it's just I'm a one-man crew, and it gets a little hectic up here in the booth. And you get people trying to wave at you, going, "What's going on?" And I'm like, "I'm watching 2 pairs. There's 36 to cover. I can only keep my eye on 2 at a time." Once again, if there is a tie for that 32nd and final advancing position, we're not going to stay live waiting for scores to be verified. We are going to talk about tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eliminators round start. Maybe we'll even get the bowler that was 32nd to give us a little comment about their roll-off if that's the case. But once again, it's going to take a little bit before scores get verified by our Midwest Regional Manager, Toby Contreras. Sam Esposito, we mentioned, he was sitting just outside the cut number. Esposito is going to shoot under 200 this game. 3-bagger offset by 2 opens, and yeah, it's actually he might be right around 200 this game, but still not going to be enough to get the man who shot 900 in this center a few years back into tomorrow's advancers round. Dulich under on the day, so this is his last few shots of competition for this Celeste Walker Midwest Central Open presented by the Strike Shop. Cam Crow looking pretty. Comes back after that mental mistake in the 6th frame with 3 in a row. Let's check in and see where our man Trent Mitchell is. He's the man on the number. He's your bowler B on 23 and 24, and a good game so far for Mitchell, as he has himself a 4-bagger and 2 spares. Right now, I mean, yeah, you keep yourself clean, go off the sheet, get yourself in the game in the 220s. That's going to get you to plus 180 and change, maybe even plus 190, depending on your counts. And that should be enough to see advances round action tomorrow. So we'll get you back to Crow for his 10th frame, and then we'll come back here for Mitchell to end our broadcasting day. Once again, do yourself a favor, leave a tab open with that live scoring link. Copy and paste that so you can get your final update on scores today after B squad's complete. I'm sorry, Trent Mitchell's done. I'm looking at 25 and 26, and I think it's 23 and 24. Apologies. Trent Mitchell. Ooh. I don't know what his final score is. And unfortunately, yeah, it's cleared off the lane talk already. So let's see if I can go refresh and maybe catch some hope. So there you go. Any count, Cam Crow is going to be your leader going into tomorrow. Unofficially, we got Trent Mitchell at 194 with an open in the 10th frame. So that's probably going to keep Mitchell out. Somebody was asking for a little Nick Dudek coverage earlier. Well, now we got him. As Dudek had the 4-bagger, 3 spares, and now a strike. So we will definitely see Dudek tomorrow in advancers round. Cam Crow finished with that 257. He'll be your leader. And we are going to end the audio portion of our broadcasting day as our last pair with Dudek, and one of our last pairs, finishes. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in today here on the PBA YouTube channel. We will be back tomorrow morning with advancers round. 8 a.m. Central Time is your start time for that advancers round. Some of the names you'll see tomorrow in the advances round include Cam Crow, A.J. Johnson, Kevin McCune, Ryan Burton, Matt Russo, Courtney Berkso at a 300 earlier today, Nick Dudek, who's finishing off now. Ben Medina should make it. He had a 300 earlier in this round. Trey Heinrichsmeyer should sneak in. And Jeff Mann, who had a 300 earlier, should be in as well. So we will see you tomorrow, 8 a.m. Central Time, your start time for the PBA Celeste Walker Midwest Central Open presented by the Strike Shop. We will once again like to thank Chris Watson and his great staff here at Strike and Spare 2 in Lockport. We'd also like to thank the PBA for letting 10 of the Deck Productions live stream through their YouTube channel this weekend. I'd like to thank Bowl TV, USBC for giving the rights of this live streaming to 10 of the Deck Productions. And we want to thank you, the fans, for watching. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Central Time. Hey, parents, take the kids bowling because you're going to have fun for life. I'm $2 Phil Brylo. It's been a fun, action-packed day, and I expect more of that tomorrow here on the PBA YouTube channel. Good night, everyone.